cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul, 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul, 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosur. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosur. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur. 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur. 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur. 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur. 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur. 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul, 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica. Representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A Cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La Cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional. Unidos, avançamos em direção a um amanhã mais brilhante, cimentado na solidariedade e na visão compartilhada de nossos povos. Mercosul. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, Integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul. 33 anos de integração y desenvolvimiento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con invitados especiales. Durante esta ocasión se realiza la transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore. Cada periodo de presidencia dura 6 meses y es ejercido por los Estados miembros en orden alfabético, siendo la sede el país que ostenta la presidencia pro tempore. Previo a la cumbre de mandatarios, se llevan a cabo reuniones de los órganos decisorios, como el Consejo del Mercado Común, el Grupo Mercado Común y la Comisión de Comercio. La transferencia de la presidencia pro tempore del Mercosur se simboliza con la entrega de un martillo de madera, que representa la conducción y mayor jerarquía del espacio regional, además de simbolizar la unidad, integración y cooperación dentro del bloque. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
Comemoramos 33 anos desde que o Tratado de Assunção teceu laços perenes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, dando vida ao Mercosul. Esta conquista, alcançada em 26 de março de 1991, simboliza mais do que uma aliança econômica. Representa uma ponte de unidade e fraternidade. Durante mais de 3 décadas, o Mercosul tem fomentado a cooperação e a integração, enaltecendo a diversidade cultural e fortalecendo a educação, a cultura e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Tem sido um motor para a realização de projetos que equilibram as disparidades regionais e potencializam a cidadania. No horizonte, o Mercosul ergue-se com esperança, olhando para um futuro onde a integração regional se consolida e os laços comerciais se fortalecem, estabelecendo novos vínculos com economias globais, assegurando a vitalidade e robustez do Mercosul no cenário econômico internacional.
In 5 minutes we start the
Unidos.
session. We invite to all the delegates to take your seats. We are going to start in a few minutes the session. Thank you very much. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, special guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great joy to welcome you to this summit that is taking place in Asunción City, not in vain called Mother of the People and Mother of the City. In the colonial times, dozens of people that was spared in the Mercosur was founded in this fort of wood that was built a few kilometers from here in the border of the river that has the name of my country. Asunción was born as a joint of connection in our continent, and today, 500 years after, they are still having the same function. Welcome to This Is Your House also. It's good to be appreciated, so that's why I start with this work. Your generous support that we have during our PTP of the Mercosur. During this month, we reaffirm our engagement with the fundamental value of our bloc, the democracy, the state of right, the fundamental liberties, the dynamic, and the opening to the world. These principles are our guide. We baseline our aspiration. This summit offers us an opportunity to get together more close to Mercosur, our population, the rights, the needs of our citizens that must inspire our actions. Our people nails clear rules. We must leave behind the speeches and go directly to the action. Our democracy that we, with a lot of fervor, we defend, it should not be just a lyric declaration or poetry. It must have a vigorous content. Enhance the democracy with content, the democracy of results. I celebrate the approval of the past 3rd of June of the approval by the Bolivian Congress of the incorporation of the Bolivia to the bloc of the Mercosur bloc. We enjoy this step, and we revitalize our intergovernmental step. In the name of my President Luis Arce, we have a special greet to the Bolivian people. Also, I want to highlight as an invitate our Republic of Panama, Jose Raul Molino. I wish that his first participation is a milestone and can be a player into the Mercosur and Central America community. The Mercosur, from their beginning, stands as a high project. Even though we have in our countries the most beautiful music as the samba from Brazil, the Paraguayan guarania, for our witness, for so long we dance from the music who comes from the north or from Europe. That should not happen anymore. Mercosur, in the best moment, is a promise of dignity to our countries that allow us to dance in our rhythm, in our tradition, and the most important, to our dreams. Even though we have a lot to fulfill, and I acknowledge, and the first one to acknowledge is, but I repeat my conviction that Mercosur as a successful conviction bloc, we integrate as people or we fail. We know we are in the height of this challenge, and this summit will be a celebration of achievement and success. My wish is that the hope defeat the pessimism that causes so much bad. So I'm closing this welcome with the poet saying from the lyric Paraguayan, who is Elvio Romero, I leave the herb there, planted. knowing that we have the faith that enlay us. And in short time, when you know we didn't defeat, I will take it back. Dear brothers, never give up and take back the heart of the integration, the union, the hope of a better Mercosur for the welfare of our countries and our people. Thank you very much. We start with a report of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ruben Ramirez Lescano, in the quality of the Mercosur. He's going to talk about the activities of the first semester. You have the word, Mr. Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, now I'm going to report about the activities that we do in the PTP of Paraguay. We start this semester with a meeting of Minister of Foreign Affairs from the state parts and Bolivia, where we present our priorities and we establish guidelines that are precise for the advance in the process of the integration, physical integration, and the external negotiation, wanting to see concrete results in benefit of the regional bloc and our citizens. In front of this challenge that we have on the border of the Mercosur agenda, we realized during this semester more than 400 events in every level of the structure, from technical meeting to bodies meeting that has a result and approval of 69 agreements, 19 resolutions from the Common Market, and 6 decisions of the Council of Common Market. I highlight in this better the commercial measure. We create the adult who affects the interest zone, who identify the taxes and restrictions, who limit or doesn't allow the exchange of goods and services in the bloc, aiming to find solutions and avoid the commercial barriers. 2, custom duties and facility of the commerce. We create the ad hoc committee in the areas of integrated control who will identify the channel of solutions that this sector faces. 3, defense of the sector. We build the entrance income that has a objective to promote the coordination and the cooperation between the state parts and to avoid the anti-competitive practice in a more consecutive and persistent way inside the bloc. 4, the regime. We finished the internal process for the internalization and implementation of the Mercosur origin, a main instrument for the integration of the productive sector of the Mercosur. 5, automotive sector. We advance in the analysis of alternatives for the inclusion of the sector in the Mercosur agreements, taking into account the asymmetries, the bilateral agreements that are current, and the commercial incomes that are derived from the rules in the ambit of the bloc. 6, intellectual property. We approve a resolution to create a dog group with a purpose to work in the treatment of the relative aspect of the intellectual property. 7, women and commerces. Paraguay promoted the wave of the importance to have a space dedicated to the women and the commerce in the Mercosur ambit, and held a proposal that depends on Mercosur to talk about it in the commercial and economic agenda. 8, SMEs. We start after 5 years the work and adopt of the SMEs because of the necessity that we need to acknowledge and coordinate actions join in the group. 9, Empresarial Forum of the Mercosur. We work the 12th Forum of the Mercosur space that promotes the participation of the public spaces and private. The debates will talk about the service, the commerce, the trade, and the fluvial logistics and orange economy. We insist in the 9th point in the implementation of the second stage of the FOSEN main tool for the enhancement of the integration process and the achievement of the asymmetry existing between the countries in the bloc. We reinforce the purpose of the integration CMC number 22/15 for the state part to guarantee the continuity. 11, Arbitrage and Mediation Center. We advance in this center an initiative that will allow Mercosur to have an additional tool to diminish the conflict between the private and the without substituting the tribunal management. 13, we approved the project Healthy Frontiers in the Mercosur to contribute to the frontier that are linked of the location to have more healthy spaces. Physical structure, we have the first meeting of the 14th group where the agenda has an integral vision and a strategic of the infrastructure with incorporation of vital themes, ferroviaries, railway, digital connectivity, and also we created seminary of physical connectivity that enhance the discussion, technical and political, and also the coordination of the development with the physical structure in a way to work in a multimodal way for the diverse projects to look for the regional world. 14, electronic commerce. We work with the commerce in the Mercosur after the incorporation in Argentina and Brazil. The ratification of this agreement established a framework of law for the norms and principles for the electronic commerce that will facilitate the baseline of the normatives in the external negotiation. 15, communication. We conclude the assignment of the procedure manual of the frequency for the telecommunications, mobiles, and international. Also, it enters in bilateral between Uruguay and Paraguay the agreement for the elimination of the international roaming charges to the final user in Mercosur, who will promote a better integration between our countries and will help to mobility and the communication among the citizens. 16, energy. We realize the second encounter of diplomacy that is dedicated in the analysis of the scientific and technological of the bloc and Ibero-America. It was focused in the transition through renewable energy and the promote of the potential in our region to create green hydrogen. 17, commerce and sustainable development. The adult group continued their work to value the contribution of the commerce to the sustainable development and visualize the politics in the markets, and also see a third-party negotiation who can affect to the bloc. Frontier delimitation. We highlight the frontiers and borderline entrance of the Mercosur with the ratification of Paraguay and Uruguay. This important tool have a framework with law, with norms and agreement with living in borderline areas. We subscribe a co-producing of audiovisual and cinema tools that will enhance the process industrial on circulation of the world that show the diversity of the cultural diversity of each country. We adopt the general mark that established the reference term for negotiation of an economic and integral with the UAA, and we realize with important the first round of negotiation from the 2 to 4 of July of this year here in the city of Asunción. Also, we highlight the realization of after 5 years of the 5th meeting of a dialogue to enhance, to strengthen the relation between Mercosur and Japan, taking place in the month of April in Asunción. We developed meetings with the UE with the interest to advance in the conclusion of the negotiation for the subscription of agreements that are balanced for the parts. In the regional ambit, we highlight the conclusion of the negotiation for the update of the origin custom commerce that also takes the different treatment from the part state. Consultation forum for the political Mercosur, we decided to give continuity to the work realized during other presidency with a pragmatic vision and aiming to see the consensus to advance in the political integration, the civil integration of our country. The agenda with the state part is important because builds a vision, a joint vision of the South American areas in the education, culture, human rights, infrastructure, security, and the bodies of the justice system that desires the effectiveness of the Mercosur. In that frame, we decided to continue with the Mercosur summit that shows the democracy, representative, and participant in the integration process. Paraguay considers that the collaboration, the respectful collaboration and close between the government and the civil society is key to go forward to public policies in areas of relevance with the sustainable development that are adjusted to our realities in the countries. Also, the following of the declaration, presidential declaration in Rio de Janeiro of the clear information in the digital areas in a coordinated work between Parla Sur, the card, the jurist card, we start a talk area of threatening of the integrity, elected integrity as a space of debate to protect our democracies in front of new threats. Finally, we highlight the consensus between the state part for the adoption of the special communique from the fight the fight of the communities, so we can work with these trends with a new democracy and institution. So I conclude my report, and thanks to all for your valued cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Ministry for the report that you gave us. Continuation as my character of pre-temporary of the Mercosur, I will have you of the word. President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Luis Ignacio Silva.
President of Uruguay, President of National of Bolivia, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Argentina, Diana Mondino, dear ministers of the member states and associated states, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you again this morning. Very cold morning with a lot of fraternity that all deliberations should proceed. I'd start this speech expressing that when we want to achieve this integration, Asunción can be again the mother of our cities, and we can leave the room with concrete achievements for our peoples. These semester meetings of the Mercosur are privileged spaces to express of expectations, concerns that has to do with our integration process, a process that cannot be away from the global context because they impact each one of our countries. Our integration process has more than 30 years and is facing important challenges, many of them linked to the original goals of the Asunción Treaty. As Giovanni Battista Vico has, it has some moving forwards and backwards, but we have some very strong regressions. But we are still here, firmly committed with the integration of the region, and this is not an utopia that we cannot achieve, but we are trying to look for the well-being of our peoples. As I started my administration as a president of the Republic, I was convinced that integration is the only mechanism to strengthen the development of our region. I remembered from the beginning the wise words of Augusto Rabastos, the writer, when he said that our biggest challenge was to achieve the coherent integration of the American countries. This is not going to be able unless we have inflexible perseverance and intelligent adequation to the different circumstances of history. In this semester, with some shadows and light, with some flexibility and also commitment, we have tried to unite our nations. It has not been easy. We have real differences among our countries. Sometimes our interests are facing each other, and also historical depths, and also ideological and political differences. But they should strengthen us instead of divide us. The pluralism are not a weakness. It means a more comprehensive, more human type of politics, not absolutism or in any politics can be of sense. History teaches how these type of events end. Our integration process should be above all of these political ideologies. So I invite you to put emphasis in all those issues or aspects that are uniting us. We have a lot to win, a lot if we do this. Dear Presidents, before I start talking about the challenges, I would like to mention three important points. First, to remind you the tragic climate event that affected Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. We remind the fragility of our region, and I reiterate our unconditional support to our dear President Lula, and through him, our solidarity with the Brazilian people. My condolences to those who lost their loved ones. And this type of proof or challenges, we should ensure public policies that will ensure a sustainable development for the new generations and prompt responses for our peoples to face this type of crisis. Paraguay will always be ready to help our brother country. Secondly, I would like to celebrate the protocol of approval of the new member, Bolivia, that will soon be a state member. In the past, our story has shown us a painful Masamaklai. It's an originary word that means a conflict where brothers were fighting. Today, fortunately, the reality is different. We are in dialogue, process of peace, which is the only way possible. Let's continue in that path. Thirdly, I would like to celebrate the presence as a guest, the country of Panama, the President, José Raúl Molino. We share with him the integration vision and the dream of a better America. The American countries and the Central American countries, despite the histories, they are almost uncommunicated. This is not acceptable anymore at this time. And Panama will be a key protagonist in the communication between both regions. Dear President, under the semester of the pro-tempore presidency of Paraguay, we have a meeting of foreign affairs from Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and also Bolivia, in which the foreign ministry considered the integration process and the future perspective in their relationship with other international actors. And the meeting on 24th of March in Asunción, the ministers addressed the priorities of the pro-tempore presidency of Paraguay, considering the strength of the integration, the development of the physical integration, and also foreign relationships. In general lines, the actions of this semester under the coordination of Paraguay contemplated the development of all the topics that has to do with decision-making, technical meetings and the specialized meetings and others where new proposals and initiatives were added when it comes to our economy, the worldwide economy, and the context of the social social context. We fight against all crimes, especially transnational organized crime, a scourge that we need to address to provide a better life condition to our people. I also want to highlight the reflection about the future of Mercosur that happened in a meeting on 7 and 8 of March. During that time, specialists, officials, and researchers, business people of different or international bodies and organizations provided the vision about the strengthened challenges, threats related to our common market. We are convinced that the adjustment that we need to carry out is the one that provides a more modernized aspect and to incorporate also the experiences of all the member states. Today, the Mercosur is facing new challenges that has to do with AI and misinformation during the digital era. Our populations has a lot of information that is way superior to those that started this process 30 years ago. That's why I think it's very important to continue in this exercise in order to collect the most amount of elements from different sources so we can design the Mercosur of tomorrow, adapting ourselves to the global trends, considering the expectations of our peoples. Dear colleagues, the physical and digital connectivity that is efficient and safe is crucial to have access to international markets. Logistics is key for competitiveness, and our priority is to strengthen the infrastructure, improving roads, bridges, ports, borders, multimodal transportation, and guaranteeing the flow of transportation to facilitate trade among Mercosur. Always convinced that better and more integration is the best answer to the biggest challenge that we have. Our condition as a country, a landlocked country, makes us find collaborative and innovative results. And that's why one of the main works that Paraguay has invested a lot of resources and has transcended different governments, becoming a state policy is the Bioceanic Corridor, which is key for the integration of the Americas. We have to value that we are one of the biggest agro producers of the planet and understand that the challenges of the following years will be to feed the population of the world that is increasing in a accelerated manner. And to satisfy this demand is a big opportunity for a region that has capacity and sustainability in energy to provide an answer to this issue. And if I talk about food security and energy, I have to talk about also river transportation and other resources that we share. Not nature and the geography is providing us with a rich resources. The Way, Paraná, Paraguay, that is and will be the axis of our connections with the world. Paraguay considers that it should be fundamental to improve the river transportation, the port, the safety, so we can have a continuous and secure flow that will make them the best provider of food in the world. This only will be able if we collaborate together. We have to talk about integration and energy collaboration because we are rich in considering the potential of clean energy and renewable energy to drive sustainable development in the region. So our priority is to promote electrical connection and the sustainable development of all resources, and also to create other new energy producers. Paraguay is one of the biggest producers of energy in the world, and it will be with the countries in the region. While we integrate in a physical manner, we should also integrate in the energy in the same manner. When we have the market, if we don't take care of the market, it will be very difficult to take advantage of all the opportunities, hence the importance, especially for the smallest economy. I want to highlight our predecessors of creating the fund for the Mercosur, the FOSEN, that has born with the idea that the best way to increase or reach our resources is through the funding of important infrastructure works in the different countries. Paraguay cannot not be part of it, considering the execution of the second part of this FOSEN with the decision CMC 22/15 that shows the commitment of Mercosur with the development in the region. Mr. President, Paraguay, as a landlocked developing country, is very aware of the importance of economical integration. We look to diversify our production and the creation of workforce. That's why the taking out the barriers for trade are essential for us. We need to take advantage of the macroeconomic stability so we can have productive investment capital, considering our young workforce, focusing on industries and other fields to strengthen the supply chain or value chain. We want a Mercosur where the opportunities will be multiplied and the benefits of integration can be evident. Your Excellencies, another of our priority has come from the need of widen the Mercosur opportunities so we can develop the potential of our economies. I want to highlight the importance of projecting decisively the bloc towards other emerging blocs in the world, like Southeast Asian, the Singapore, the United Arab Emirates. These countries are markets that are offering new opportunities for our products and services, from from food and manufactured goods and technology. Their economies are highly developed. Their financial center will allow us to capitalize their knowledge. Dear distinguished presidents, Paraguay reiterates the commitment and the progress of any type of external common trade. Acting as a bloc, we will have better conditions of negotiations in order to achieve these goals. The Mercosur has the capability to transform the most difficult challenges into auspicious opportunities, considering the balance and transparency in all the commitments in a framework that is in shared benefit. Besides these areas, I want to remind you that our nations are facing a lot of challenges. We have the ethical application or implementation of AI. We should have regulations that will guarantee the privacy of data, the responsible use, and the protection of the society. And strengthening the IP, intellectual property, in the regional area, we will be able to promote the investment in innovation and provide competitiveness to our countries. Considering our GDP, it's important to work on the limitations and barriers that are making the trade of services difficult. We had to provide solutions to all the difficulties that women and micro business women that are now facing in the value chain. We hear a lot of speeches about integrating women, but very few actions. We need to find a plasticity in the intelligence so we can provide an answer to women and their access to the international trade system. Dear Presidents, besides having a critical view, we have to admit that the future of Mercosur is full of opportunities. As a regional bloc, we have an economy that will allow us to be leaders in the world when it comes to food security, when the production of water and also energy. The respect to human rights and the democracy should be our north. We share the commitments to democracy and the rule of law that are in the basis of our mutual understanding for a better progress of our nations. We can have differences in politics that are genuine, but democracy and the rule of law and the respect to human rights are non negotiable. We can have ideological or political views that are different. This is normal, and it should not be not should be scaring us, but they cannot separate us when it comes to integrated us on more solid basis. We don't have any other way to go if we want to join a world that is more volatile every year. The problems and the challenges that the Mercosur might have will not be solved outside of it. The challenges and problems in the Mercosur will be solved with more Mercosur. Your Excellencies, I want to mention that together we are stronger and that Mercosur will be the common space for union and to become stronger. I was remembering Augusto Roa Bastos when he was saying that the biggest challenge as governors or rulers are considering the union of the American countries. That still is the challenge. Today, more than ever, we should look back in our past so we can build a better present and have a more vibrant and full opportunities future. The integration, the fraternity among of peoples should be key, and we will achieve this. And I'm convinced that the Mercosur is big and deserves to have a greatness future. Thank you very much. Following, I will pass the microphone to the Federative Republic of Brazil, Lula Silva.
And I'd like to greet the President of Paraguay, Mr. Santiago, and the President of Panama, and Luis Arce, the President of Bolivia, and also the representatives of Argentina, and the representatives of Ecuador, from Colombia. Also, I'd like to greet the President of the Financial Fund for the Bacia de Plata Development Fund, and the representatives of the IDB, and Fabiano Martin, President of the Mercosur Parliamentary Caucus, Christian Asineni, Vice President of the Planning Strategy of the Development Bank of Latin America and Caribbean, CAF, my dear friend, Senator Chico Rodrigues, who chairs the Parliamentary Caucus Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru, and Senator Lisiane Gama, President of the Committee that Advocates for Democracy in the Brazilian Congress, Ardin Shinaja, Federal Deputy President of the Parliamentary Group of Brazil, Argentina, Peru, my dear comrade Moisés Celeste, President of the Metal Workers Trade Union of the ABC region in São Paulo, my dear Mauro Vieira, Brazilian Chancellor, dear friends. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, the very warm welcome that I have had my delegation, myself, by President Santiago Pena and his team. To come back to the city of Mercosur was launched is always something that motivates us to reflect about the integration status. Less than 15 days ago, a member of our bloc suffered a coup d'etat attempt, and the democracy prevailed thanks to the Bolivian government, of the people demonstrating in the streets, and the refusal of the international community to accept such a coup d'etat. Mercosur once again stayed united in the defense of the rule of law, as we have in the Ushuaia Protocol. The unanimous response to June the 26th in Bolivia and to January the 8th in Brazil demonstrate that there's no shortcuts to democracy in our region. But we need to stay vigilant. False democrats try to undermine the institutions and put them at the service of reactionary interests. While in our region we continue to be one of the most uneven and with great inequality in the world, political stability will always be threatened. Democracy and development go together. The good economists know very well that the so-called free markets is not a panacea for humanity. Who knows well the history of Latin America acknowledges the value of the state as a planner and to induce development. In a globalized world, it doesn't make sense to go back to an isolist situation, an archaic nationalism. And either there's justification to reclaim the ultra-liberal experiences that only aggravated the inequalities in our region. This is the 19th Mercosur Summit meeting as I participate as the head of state. Never we've seen so many challenges, either in the regional arena, either at the global level. In the last years, we have allowed that conflicts and disputes that many times are alien to the region overlap our vocation for peace and cooperation. We've become once again a balkanized and split region, more concerned with the world abroad than with our own world. In a context of aggravating geostrategic competition, the issue that it imposes to our countries is that we should stay integrated to a united world or separated. I do not see any contradiction of participating within the global economy and cooperating amongst neighbors. And my bet in the Mercosur as being an international insertion platform and a development for Brazil continues to be unshaken. Our bloc is a very ambitious project that has generated many fruits since it was launched. The trade between us has grown tenfold and today has reached $49 billion. It's necessary to think big, as those of like our predecessors that dared to have this meeting in this capital 33 years ago. Mercosur will be whatever we want it to be. We should not diminish it with the simplistic proposals that will weaken or undermine it in an institutional way. Our efforts to update the Mercosur should show us a different direction. We have an unfinished agenda that involves two important sectors of our economies that are excluded from free trade agreements. The advances of including the automobile industry are not sufficient yet, and in the sugarcane industry that encompasses the development of biofuel, we have not managed to get out of technical discussions. We need to have a deep regional integration based on qualified work, skilled work, and the production of science, technology, and innovation to create jobs and income. The clean adhesion of Bolivia has tremendous strategic value and will make our bloc an actor that is very important in the energy transition context. We're very rich in minerals, resources, and we have abundant sources of clean and cheap energy. We have everything that it takes to become an important link in the semiconductors chain, batteries, and solar boards. We can build an alliance amongst the critical mineral producers that will benefit the processing of these resources that should stay in our countries. The regional data governance of Mercosur is vital for our future sovereignty and for the development of artificial intelligence. It's necessary to enable our region to develop our own capacity to collect process, and store data, inputs that is fundamental for us to move forward in the technological development and in the digitization of the regional industrial manufacturing sector. Updating the bloc also implies an ambitious foreign trade agenda. Under the Brazilian presidency, we've signed the first free agreement with Singapore, the first one between our bloc and an Asian country. Under the leadership of President Santiago Pena, was launched a negotiation process with the Arab United Emirates. We did not include the agreement with the European Union because the Europeans have not managed to solve their own domestic contradictions. We're very proud to be the very first country of the bloc to ratify the free trade agreement with the Palestinian country. But I should also say that I regret that this happened in a context where the Palestinian people suffer the consequences of an irrational war. I hope that this year we can deepen the dialogue between a broader agreement with China to improve the payment system with local currency would be an important task for the next pro-tempore chairmanship. More harmonization of the procedures adopted by our central banks for this kind of operation will reduce costs and will benefit mainly small and medium-sized companies in our continent. The FOSEM continues to be a key tool to reduce our disparities and asymmetries. Now we should take advantage of its full potential. Brazil ended with its debt with the fund fully, allowing a new round of projects. And we have selected 8 initiatives in the value of $70 million that will include basic sanitation, productive development for creating jobs and income, urban mobility, and social infrastructure for indigenous villages. This is what will make the difference in the life of the people. A pseudo-ornamento that will put away Mercosur from its social base will weaken us. To delete the word gender in our documents will only aggravate the daily violence that is suffered by women and girls. To overcome scourges like hunger, absolute poverty, and inequality, it's important to count with a strong social institute or two with the means to establish goals and concrete actions. The Human Rights Public Policies Institute should have the necessary resources to support our countries in a very complex task to guarantee rights and dignity. To strengthen the relationship with Mercosur will also make it possible for us to internalize and implement under the rules of the bloc, as it will be getting closer to different social segments. We cannot attend heads of state summit meetings only to make speeches. It's necessary for us to listen to. So that's why Brazil advocates for the strengthening of the social summit, which is one of the main platforms of interaction with representatives of the civil society. My dear friends, the climate crisis that is getting closer to a catastrophic scenario. In the last year and a half, we have seen historical droughts in the Amazon region, in the Pampas, and in the Brazilian swamp, Pantanal, and the Bolivian areas that also suffered with fires in the last days. A few weeks ago, the Rio Grande do Sul state in Brazil suffered tremendous human losses and material losses with floods that were unprecedented and that also impacted Uruguay. Besides thanking the solidarity that was shown by all the members of Mercosur that offered immediately the most diverse kinds of humanitarian aid, I also would like to make a call for bigger engagement and to have more climate ambition. It's very timely, the adhesion of Mercosur in this summit to the understanding, the memorandum of MOU, the memorandum of understanding on cooperation on integral management of disaster risks. We are the continent that carries the largest tropical forests and the greatest freshwater reserves in the world. This year in the COP16 in Cali, we will show the magnitude of the South American biodiversity. And in the next one, Brazil will host COP30 in the city of Belém in Brazil. It will be an opportunity for Mercosur and South America to present a collective vision about the challenges for sustainable development. We have the moral authority to make others listen to us, and we have the historical responsibility to lead by role model. We are now in half of the Brazilian chairmanship of the G20. The reversal that we regretted and the advances of fighting poverty and hunger in the last years is something that we share, a concern that we share. This reversal of all the advances. In 2 weeks from now, I will make a presentation of the Global Alliance Against Hunger, Poverty within the G20, and I hope that it will be open with all countries. And I hope that I can count with your support to the members of this alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mercosur is resilient and has survived the very difficult years of lack of integration. To think equal never was the criteria for a constructive engagement of the tasks of the bloc. The diversity of opinions without extremisms and intolerance is welcome because it strengthens our democracy and conducts us for better choices. The Mercosur is and will continue to be the great bet of international insertion and development of Brazil. And last but not the least, I would like to congratulate the Paraguayan chairmanship with the firm the command and of the works and pragmatic works of the Mercosur during this semester. And I wished my colleague Lacalpu success of his chairmanship from now onwards. My dear President Pepe Mujica used to say that, quote, "It's necessary to control linkages in our region so that we can together be heard at the international level. The challenges that we face as humanity demand more than ever collective efforts and innovative proposals," end of quote. And that his words could inspire all of us to gaze to the Mercosur as a source of solutions for the challenges for development. We need a world of peace. And so this is the reason of our engagement in favor of a solution for the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that involves the two parties. The support of Brazil to South African plea in their when they filed a case at the International Penal Court and to end with the indiscriminated killing of women and children in Gaza. And I close with saying that the victory of the progressive forces in the elections in the UK and France both were fundamental for the defense of democracy and for social fairness against the threats of extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Lula. Next, the floor is for the President of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, Luis Lacalle Pou. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again in Paraguay, Asunción, in this population that before knowing who unites political history and family history so deep. And from 2007 that I came first time, I feel that warmth and hospitality of their people. I like to appreciate to Santiago Peña their cordiality, their work, and to all their team. I don't want to leave this instance without solidarizing with my colleague Arce. The alteration of the institutional order doesn't matter who is, if he is elected in a democratic way. We cannot have biases if the government is more into our thinking or not. If the evaluation of the democracy is subjective, it's not there. And that's why with the upcoming and the threat in Uruguay cannot do anything more than solidarizing with Bolivia. Of course, our solidarity with President Lula, through him, with Eduardo Lede and all the Gaucho population in Uruguay led their support in their measures this is possible, and we know that the federal government they have a great challenge ahead, and you can continue having our support and our possibilities in their help. I take courage to say that I came to this summit as a president, and what is also the bilateral, we are in the best of the world with the Uruguayan point of view. With Brazil, from 5 years ago, with President Lula in Montevideo, we agreed to do 3 wars that maybe doesn't have the dimension for Brazil and for us, but the fact to take attention and dedicate human resources and economic resources is mean for our country a high advance. I comment to you the international airport of the Ribera, the new bridge, the Jaguarón bridge, and a work that is totally done in Brazilian territory, but it's going to help to the transportation and the logistic, that is the union of the two lagoons with the dragget of the river. The change of the government in Argentina, in 4 months, we achieved, and I know that the transition is determinant in this, something that in our country changed in a substantial way our port possibilities. 20 years ago, Uruguay reclaims the possibility to drag to 14 meters the access to the port of Montevideo. With opening vision, we achieved that. Short time after, political of open sky, and that's why we value this actual situation in the political area in the Mercosur. Of course, here in Paraguay, we have the dream to become in his way out to the sea. We talked with Santiago yesterday. We talked with another president, and I think that the private sector is making echo of this vision that we have between the two countries. Reviewing the balance, the commercial balance, and the participation of Mercosur in the Uruguayan economy, what it has to do to the exportation, Mercosur is destined to the 30% of the service and goods of Uruguay, and the imports 39%. China and Brazil fight to see who is the first receptor when we sell energy to Brazil. Depends of the economic situation of the import of commodities. 70% of the exterior commerce of Uruguay is outside the bloc. I value the number of the Lula president say it grows, certainly, but doesn't grow in percentage. The commercial balance with Brazil is equal, also with Paraguay, and with Argentina is 3-1 in favor of Argentina. Of course, I cannot take accountability for the new government. We were victim of the substitution of imports. Also, they make disappear in their moment activity sectors that only has so destiny Argentina, and after the gaining of this, I am aware that Argentina is making a big effort to make this come back to the normality. Till then, the good news. Mercosur in the world, I like to make a traceability about what we talk in the other summits. This cannot be just dialogues that stand and then erase. I remember the last summit, very, very, very nice in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, that sort of doesn't get established. They take the Lula president the capacity to negotiate strongly with the European Union for their dimension as a president, for their relationship in this case with the Macron president and with the president of the European Union. For our surprise, with the optimism that we came that day in Rio de Janeiro, I never been so much optimist. The idea of the French president was to renegotiate everything again. It doesn't seem logic after 25 years of working to do the renegotiation again. I don't know if the electoral process in Europe made this alteration that we are living now, and people talks to their electoral, the pressure group. That is not wrong, but it's just a constatation that difficult advance. I think that we take a picture of the Mercosur and a picture of the European Union, and we are best prepared to advance than the European Union. And with these changes, the French election the other day, the other countries that are doing this, make us think that there is not a logic lineal of the advance of the agreement. The ideology is not benefiting the union between the Mercosur and the European Union. I remember that Peña president said, request to have some contacts with the Emirates, and we extend the PTP because it was logical the further he was doing, and apparently the last week they sit to talk. We have the intention of Dominican Republic welcome the presence of the Panama president. Maybe we can have complementary economies from China to Dominicana going through Emirates. We have to open to the world. I celebrate the words of the Argentina Chancellor that she was talking about the liberty, the actualization, the updates. We were talking every time. I celebrate what President Lula just said, and as a person said the other time that to advance jointly go to the dialogue of the proposal that we are doing in the month of the PTP is to take back the dialogue with China. I mean, the Uruguay war is to start working with China is not just a capricious agreement because we need to advance. If we don't have a will of the partner to advance together, I mean, leave us to start in different speeds. There was a change of the vision of Argentina, and that for us is very important. I see that Brazil now is expressing the possibility to open. Peña president say that, but I want to make a highlight because it's not me if I don't say that. Because it not only matters the message, it's very important the messenger, and I'm not going to underdown anyone, but if the Mercosur is so important, all the presidents must be present in this room. I take down the importance of the Mercosur, and if we believe in this bloc like this, we all must be together. And maybe I don't have to take an opinion about another things. I make my opinion as a president member of the Mercosur. That's why, with the optimism of the bilateral relationships, with a modest optimism that has to do with the negotiation of the bloc for us and to us, I want to conceptually, we must be people of union. The rule is to get close. The world sometimes leave us apart. But if we want to be the fifth more protection in the region of the world, we have to get together and find union with another blocs. President Lula makes reference of the raw material, the development. We can add the intellect that we have in this region of the world. We export more than $10,000 million of software to the United States, Uruguay, and I'm sure that that's reproduced in a lot of countries. Take out that heavy pack to align us with the rest of the world. The food is here, the production is here, the nature is here, the intellect, the intelligence is here. I just have a few time here, but after the last day, I'm going to insist not only that is something that we need, because the political doesn't have to be based of the necessity just only. For myself, we have an opportunity that is, from the virtuous point of view, it's not just an obligation because we don't have air anymore. It's for opportunities to grow, and that is my voice. From the first day that I was here in the Mercosur till the day I left in the last summit that we are going to have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I pass the microphone now to the Foreign Affairs Minister, Diana Mondino, from the Republic of Argentina. Thank you, Mr. President. We all have thanks the hospitality of Paraguay, even when it's raining, because nothing is perfect. I have the regards from President Milei, and as you know, we start the events about the independence of Argentina of July 9th. That was the first, and then reach the rest of the countries. This is my first Mercosur summit. Lula said he has the 9th, having to the 19th. I won't be but the 19th, but I hope that during these 33 years that you establish the basis for the integration that was signed here in Asunción. I commend Paraguay and the rest for all the progresses. The Republic of Argentina that has contributed and will continue to contribute with the Mercosur is something that we should mention, that I think is the elephant in the room. We regret that we were not able to achieve the agreement between the associated states and members, where all of the delegations dedicated a lot of time. It was a very pragmatic and constructive exercise, but it's 11:30, maybe a miracle will happen. But this is a first for consultation, a forum where we all have to provide our opinion. And this type of meeting has value because we exchange points of view. This shouldn't be a problem. It should be accepted as a practical area and benefit of all the members. It shows maturity. We don't have to agree on everything, but we should be able to listen to different opinions. I hope that we can achieve as a group this maturity. All the represented states have huge challenges in the international level. We have a lot of conflicts and wars, but the world inside have achieved about 300 agreements of free trade agreement, or preferential and similar agreements. We think that this type of challenges, we can face it inside of our framework. We think with the freedom idea, especially. For Argentina, there's no more ambiguity. We believe in the respect, safeguard of the life of our brothers or sisters, and we believe in defense of life, property, and liberty. You might have a different definition, but it's important to respect ourselves. And this includes the state of rule and the respect of the popular voice. Not coup d'etat attack of democracy is acceptable. We are convinced that the security and safety of people is important to guarantee the liberty of people. We have talked about the scourge of terrorism and of maybe homologate different type of working against narco traffic, arms trafficking, human trafficking, contraband. We have to work together on these topics. To combat poverty, we think that the free enterprise is a great element to end with hunger and poverty, which is the goal of everyone. All the countries have the same goal. Is the G20 in Brazil motto. So this process of social cooperation is where we will have willing exchanges. And I believe that Mercosur should not be an unbalanced environment. It should be the same for everyone. I would like to mention more specific topics of Mercosur. We have some challenges to leave behind a phase that has to do with administration and managing without so many audits, more professional, with agreements and commitments that were previously signed. And we need to see how can we reduce the regulations that we already have. We have an excess of regulation that are affecting the commerce among or inside the Mercosur and the rest of the world. The Mercosur has a protective barrier in front of third-party countries, and this affected our own expectations. You will say, yes, we all have grown, but the doubt is how much this could have been. In technical terms, we have gone from creating a business to detour this trade. We have a very imperfect custom field. We can aspire to be a very well integrated market with the world if we ourselves are not. Yesterday we were talking about a series of things. Why don't we work internally on these topics? As Peña President said, we have progress and not progress and going backwards. And now the Mercosur is a corset. It's a woman issue, something that tightens us and doesn't allow us to move. And this magnifies the domestic problems. Again, as Santiago Peña said, we had to have perseverance and plasticity. We should be flexible. I know that Argentina did not have a moral authority to talk about this, to talk about Mercosur that is close, because we as country were very close. In a few days, we will have 7 months since we have this new administration, and Argentina created a very complex system that was harmful of controlling all the importations, and we ended with an inflation of 54% last December. Now it has been reduced to 3.5 or 4, but it's still really high. We still have to keep working a lot. And again, we did not have a moral authority to criticize the Mercosur when we found a debt with the importers of 58 millions, with agreements with the FMI of 59 millions. And I can keep mentioning numbers because, and I'm not mentioning what our central bank was. And we are trying to fix it. Before, we didn't have moral authority. We are trying to fix all our internal issues, and we believe that we can stop being a bother or a burden for the Mercosur and contribute for the growth of it. So we internally, as Argentina, have started a reform in the state. This huge difficulty that we had, we were able to increase the help to those who needed the most, the amount of people, and how the system is working as well, because it's the only way for them to be able to obtain a work. It's not about a default. We have some delays to our debts. We have paid Paraguay and Bolivia. We have not faced our debts. And why am I mentioning numbers? Because it's important for the region, because our way is to open ourselves to work. And with this type of debts, it's very difficult to have credibility in front of the world. So we are doing our homework, and the rest of the countries of the Mercosur do not need this much effort, and soon we will be aligned, and we'll be able to grow with you, and maybe the Mercosur can be the road for everyone to grow. We stop with the tax issues. Argentina have started a work that is very detailed, a census of all the tax issues, and will consider whether they need to be eliminated or adjusted inside the Mercosur that will allow us to increase the trade flow. The interzone barriers, when they go down, we can integrate ourselves better. And as President Lula said, there is not a contradiction between being united among ourselves and with the rest of the world, trading among ourselves and with the rest of the world. But if we don't do it among ourselves, how can we do it with the rest of the world? We can dismantle our own barriers. It is indispensable for us to do it no matter what happens with the Mercosur, but we hope that this can happen in general. We have mentioned the exchange of resources, mining, electrical energy, all type of projects that we already have ongoing. We cannot be an obstacle as a country for the rest, for their own development. And I'm not original on this. We all know this. The border integration is vital. We are still working with some projects to reduce the logistic costs. If we don't have a trade flow among ourselves, we will not be able to have them with the rest of the world. We are working in with air, open air, and way of working. How can we have better transportation, water, and sea transportation, all to improve the environment for entrepreneurship and for each one of the peoples of our countries can take advantage of the opportunities and at the same time introducing some technological advances according to the activity. But if we're going to talk about the future, if we're going to start thinking about the next years, we need to integrate ourselves with technology. We have some barriers there among ourselves. We need to homologate or harmonize a lot of restrictions that maybe a country can do something or maybe others have nothing on that. So to be a more agile platform for the Mercosur, we have 3 proposals. I don't know why someone said this in Italian. Maybe they like this. They want the European Union to like that. Aggiornamento. Well, we have something in the financial and to insert the world. The modernization is to adapt ourselves in the decision-making process. There are several areas and funds and groups. Let's organize them. Let's have more coherence and decision-making. When it comes to financial modernization, let's hope for something prudent for all the states. Argentina is always saying we don't have money. It's contagious. If you have it, use it carefully. And this includes a comprehensive reform in Mercosur of what are you spending, for what you're spending. It cannot be random. There should be a consensus and an audit. In these 3 pillars, modernization of all the relationships of the Mercosur, this is directly related to the prosperity and peace and commerce. In a conflict area, it's impossible to have a growth. A few days ago, we all know that there is no economical prosperity if there is a free trade, and there is no free trade if there is no peace. So the Mercosur can and should be an instrument to access the external markets. Up to now, due to our own decisions and other external decisions, we have not reached the more dynamic currents with the rest of the world. We already mentioned the European Union agreement, and we hope that the green agenda is not changed for something more protectionist. But we need to be able to prove that we are open for negotiations. We have this, we have Singapore, we have many countries here with whom we can work. We had Malaysia, Indonesia, Arab Emirates, So we are proposing a new way of negotiation. So far, it's very complex. It could be that the proposal that we have for negotiations is not the more appropriate. There might be other, but we need to change the negotiation way to make it more agile. As Lula said, there is no conflict to have the best cooperation among ourselves and with the rest of the world. Let's become a southern market that is strong. And in the last 30 years, where we didn't have much progress, has to stop. One possibility is the European Union negotiations. They're also part of it. They're also playing. But let's not contradict ourselves and providing excuses to the other side so we don't agree on any negotiation. So having a mutually beneficial with time for adjustment for all the parties, etc., we are sure that under the leadership of Brazil, maybe for the G20, we will be able to sign an agreement. Let's try it, or at least let's announce the final agreement. And again, we don't only have the European Union possibility and other countries. Let's not lose this opportunity. Let's not say until it's ready something, we cannot start something else. I just wanted to say that I hope we can be more flexible and have improvements in the negotiation mechanisms and financial mechanisms, because we can go faster. And I will mention the Argentinian constitution. We hope that the benefits of liberty for us and for our posterity and for all the people in the world that wants to inhabit it in the Argentinian land or territory. This is in all the constitutions of maybe all of your countries. We have all born the same way. Let's just stop being a small, scary, protective Mercosur, and let's work with a roadmap that would allow us to fight poverty, generating rich wealth. As he said, a more flexible and modern Mercosur is our future. Our destiny is waiting for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Minister Mundino. I offer the floor to the President of the Plurinational Nation of Bolivia, Luis Catacora. Thank you very much. Brother Santiago Peña, thank you very much. We want to greet to all our President brothers who are here together in this important event. Mr. Santiago Peña, President of the Republic Sister of Paraguay, and also Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to Luis Lacalle, President of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay. We greet in a special manner to our brother José Raúl Molino, President of the Panama Republic, to all the Chancellor, Minister, permanent representatives in front of the Mercosur, special guests, and representatives of international bodies. For us, it's an honor to talk to you in this 64th summit of the head of state of Mercosur and associated states, and express in the name of the Bolivia people the appreciation for your warmth of hospitality that we have received here in the sister Republic of Paraguay. We gather here together to celebrate as Bolivians and a day that is an historical milestone for our development as a country. We just promote the love of the ratification of Bolivia to the Mercosur. This has been a long process that go through all the levels of consultations, of the legal way, since we expressed our will to integrate in the year 2006 from the first year of the installation of the popular indigenous in Bolivia. There are many benefits that Bolivia will obtain with a plenty of their membership. Is good to ensure our identity as South American. We can enhance the economic trade and reinforce the incorporation of this international body will reinforce us as an integration way with a country with a capacity to conquer action with the Andean community of the nation and the Mercosur. Think that there is not compatible is a mistaken interpretation of the challenge of the 21st century that imposed to our region and all America in general. Bolivia came with a Mercosur with an intention to contribute actively to the development and the improvement of our bloc. We are engaged to work in a joint way for the commerce, the trade, the investment, and the cooperation in strategic areas. Our adhesion also reinforced our conviction that the regional integration is a key to build a future of peace, prosperity, and social justice for all our people. Together, we can go through challenges and take advantage of the opportunities that are present, building in Latin America a more joint and solidarity Latin American. Our income will allow us to have access to the vote to take a decision of the region that adequate to our productive structure and as a country that we are representing. Without any doubt, the incorporation of Bolivia and the Mercosur that manifested 82% of the products is beneficial in two ways. First, impulse our development through the markers in the bloc, the relationship between the asymmetries that are existing and the complementarity of our productive possibilities and commerce will pressure in a favorable way. On the other hand, Bolivia offers the experience of the economic model productive that show us that we are a country with the higher level of work without taking care of the after-pandemic condition. Also, our lithium and mineral constitute an opportunity that our riches from the Bolivian manufacturer can take to the region the first benefit in the framework of the technological and commercial treatment to have benefit to all of us, respecting the sovereignty and adjusting asymmetries. We also add our firm commitment for the sustainability and the social justice. Our income into Mercosur put us in conditions to work to deepen the integration in the region from our diversity and political plurality. We have to be able to take care and integration in the region, respecting the political system and the types of government that the people choose and elect. When I talk about this, I talk about the sovereign integration as Bolivar dream. Solidarity among the people, and union among our country that will allow us a dignified, harmonic, and peaceful life to enhance the prosperity of our country. As Mercosur, we must put favorable conditions to articulate our efforts, not only in the Latin American and Caribbean, but to develop an important role in the configuration of a new, more global order in the multipolar way. I also want to greet and appreciate to all the states for their support, for their approval to the inclusion of Bolivia as a plenty member of this organism of integration, I cannot close without appreciating to the major part of the countries for their solidarity with the Bolivian people and the government for the attempt of the coup d'etat from the last 26th of June. The danger to advocate my mandate for the life, it doesn't disappear. And not only has stepped back 1 millimeter the strength of our people and the government to defend the democracy and the rights in the cultural area. In that sense, I want to express my deeply appreciation to the Mercosur countries who manifest against the coup d'etat and the international community for their inquebrantable support in these difficult times. Your solidarity was fundamental to maintain and avoid the crack of the constitutional order. We are sorry the not serious fundamentation about self-sabotage of conduct when it was clearly, you can see what the coup d'etat was with participation of ex-military who participate in the coup d'etat from the 2019 and civil persons who are being investigated in the framework of the legal process. Today, we take one of the biggest steps in our route of the industrialization and the bicentenary of Bolivia. We congrats to President Peña for the PTP, who is concluding, and we desire the best success to the President Lacalle from this new management of the PTP of the Mercosur. Today, we reaffirmed in our integrationist vocation to long life to the integration, long life to the Mercosur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Arce. And following in a very simple act, we will proceed of delivering the instrument of incorporation of Bolivia into the Mercosur. Before we pass the microphone to the representatives of the Associated States, I want to highlight the participation of the President of the Republic of Panama, José Raúl Mulino. I thank you for your presence, and I would like to pass the floor and wishing him the best as President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to all of you for inviting my country, Panama. Thank you to my friend Lula, who offered phone the possibility of having me here. Thank you, my friend. I'm here with a very important message from my country, in the sense that it's historical. This relationship that we are starting now with the Mercosur, we are in the middle of the two Americas. We have an important integrational role and of big connectivity in the world. 3 countries of the organization are important clients of the Panama Channel, their exportations pass by our waters, and we are a country that today carrying a dream that I have as a foreign affairs minister. We have a bilateral agenda like the rest of the world, but we also have clients as well that should reinforce this agenda and the friendship and the collaboration with these countries that depend on our challenge to move their exportations or importations. The strengthening of these relationships, foreign relationships of Panama, are always an important mission. The successful of have full sovereignty in our territory was a product of an aggressive policy of the 60 years. Is a product of the support of what they call the third world, and that obliges Panama to have reciprocity, the open heart, the help, the support, so we can be a bridge between the collaboration of the North and the South for both regions and also for the world. By nature and for the work that we carry out, we're a hub not only of Copa Airlines that have 15 different destinations in the Mercosur, and that then it goes to Europe and then South every day. But we also will carry out a huge effort to have a bigger airplane so we can have more airplanes connecting the world with Panama or through Panama. And we also want to establish something that, for me, has a political fundamentation, but it's also important. We are a country with a tremendous future. And I have a period where I'm inherited two very non-active government and a lot of debt. But we will face it and address it with strength and telling to all those we are indebted to that we will pay those debts. And I'm very pleased for the openness that we have had with different credit international bodies when it comes to the restructuration of this, so we can have cash flow to have investments that, because we require, and there are going to be a lot during these 5 years. The Panama Channel, it's world work, and for the world, it's also going through an uncertainty when it comes to climate change. This year, everyone is witness of how the traffic has been reduced because we didn't have enough water. Now it started to rain a lot, and now traffic is again normal, and the channel is going to go through an important work, which is providing water using the Indian River or the Rio Indio, so they can have enough water so during drought seasons all the ships can cross from ocean to ocean, and it can be opened during droughts and rain seasons. We will also have other 3 projects of infrastructures to update the channel and give other options that is not only ships through the channel, but also provide other options that will be the administrator who will explain this, but there will be very big infrastructure works that I believe the international organizations will be participating. We also have a very ambitious plan of infrastructure that has to do with a train that will join the country from one border to the other, from Guatemala border and Costa Rica border. That should be the first step of integration in the area with a railroad. We have the issue of jungle that makes us reflect. We have an issue with our border with Colombia that is very severe, a humanitarian problem that breaks the heart of any human being. I was there just 10, 12 days ago, and honestly, one thing is to say it, and another thing is to walk on those places where there is a human trafficking with the help and the collaboration of all the cartels of drugs from Colombia and Mexico and those of the organized crime in a structure that after 21 or 22 days, those who are able to cross and are not killed or victim of any violence by these people from the organized crime. We have 1,200 to 1,300 in our country in 24 hours, and they continue north. And that made me sad that the border with the U.S. is not Mexico or Texas, is the province in Panama. This is a problem of the U.S. that we are being burdened with the approximately cost of $100 million per year that is moving us to have an agreement with the U.S. of repatriation. They will put all the logistics to achieve this. But just for you to know, we have 4 friend countries, and we have Ecuador, Venezuela, Ecuador, Colombia, Haiti, and sometimes someone from China or from Africa. That's not an option that just happens. There is an international infrastructure behind that is very dangerous. And I will use each forum where I can speak to mention this so I can have some international solidarity, because we need to solve this. With the President of Colombia, we have a bilateral meeting that is very important that we will go in 3 stages. But the problem is not just Colombia. It has to do with those countries that have free access without any visa. That is an open door. So the entrance to the countries can go through that, and through the jungle, they arrive to Panama. And that's not only dangerous for life or human life, but also a dramatic problem. We have children dying. We have parents dying to their children. We have 2 girls from Brazil, and their parents were killed or died, nobody knows, of 7 years of age, and they're orphans in the world. That's the type of drama that we are facing, that is happening every day, out of the ecological damage that they are creating to the lung, the second biggest after the Brazilian one, that provides oxygen to the whole region. We cannot, there are huge routes or highways of people that are dismantling everything, and they litter in a progressive manner rivers and the whole river and all of our streets. Panama on January 1st assumes a position in the Council of Security of the United Nations, so we can articulate more security policies. That has to do with a lot of problems, and we will be forced to adopt decisions that are very important. I hope with your different missions in the United Nations, the seat of Panama can be a place where we can actually make decisions that we can carry out with your help. I can also not let this I cannot let this forum pass without establishing our government of participating in the Mercosur. So, Mr. President, we want to participate. I hope we can establish the pertinent communications with the foreign relations minister, the chambers of commerce, and other farms or agricultural fields. That started as an attempt in 2020, and it's stopped there. We'll want to reactivate that, and as you want, you can tell us where to go. But we want to participate and continue progressing to a full integration with the government of Panama. We will have the support of all the private sector business people. I will pass the information to my government. My government is a government of private companies to generate investment and work, and we have ambitious plans of investment in infrastructure that will be very attractive for different sectors the construction field in an international level. Why Mercosur? Because I personally, as president of Panama, I believe in integration. As somebody said, we by ourselves are nothing, but united we have a lot of weight. And my government can open a wall of connections to this community of nations. Due to our geographic strategic location, we have important players in the international trade. Asia, Singapore, they are countries that are also important clients of our sea transportation, and they have a very fluent relationship with us. And I'm sure we can canalize it when you need our help for important issues with those countries. As I mentioned, Singapore, South Korea, these are countries that are interacting with Panama in different activities, commercial activities. And lastly, but not less important, we believe that we need solidarity towards our country when it comes to the attitude of some countries with their discrimination to Panama, calling them fiscal paradise. It cannot be. And I will fight so we can have justice. A country that is entering the Security Council of the United Nations can be in a list where Iran and North Korea is. That's unthinkable that we can be good for something and bad for others. It doesn't make sense for me, and I will not tolerate it. And we will make we will use our voice to be respected in the community. There are 1,000 things to collaborate in tax issues. We respect all legislation of other countries. We have our own that has been founded in the principles of the territory, but it's fake and false that we don't pay taxes in Panama. Those who has any economic activity, be it foreign or local, they pay taxes in Panama, the same as I do as a natural person or any company as a national company. The principle of territoriality is basic for our economy. The financial system has been blocked. The banking in Panama has an excess of obstacles. And I'm very interested for this to start working because we need to clear this. And I will fight for each Panama citizen can have a bank account. If they do something but without, well, so be it. But right now, I mentioned that we have a very important center there connected with the world on a daily basis that is growing. You will have a great option with interconnection and everything related to important logistics and other works that are being carried out in our country. So connectivity that you as Mercosur applaud and are benefit as a government. Again, I commend this historical moment. It's the first time that Panama is sitting on these tables. Mr. President, I hope that you still keep inviting us to commit such a great beef that we had yesterday, but also to commit ourselves toward specific activities and commitments. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, President. And I wish that this first participation of Panama becomes a constant, and in the next summit in Uruguay, we can celebrate the incorporation of associate state of Panama. Next, the floor is the Vice Minister of Exterior Relationship, Gloria de la Fuente from Chile. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Paraguay Republic, Excellency Santiago Peña, President of the Plurinational of Bolivia, Luis Arce, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Excellency Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, President of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, Excellency Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Panama Republic, Excellence José Raúl Mulino, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Excellence Mrs. Diana Molino, is distinguished representatives of the state parties, authorities present. In first place, I would like to appreciate we couldn't have the opportunity to be here early yesterday to share with you, but I would like to appreciate the hospitality of the Excellency President Santiago Peña and their government, because not only they receive us with a lot of hospitality, but they have an excellent development and work in their PTP that he was working in Mercosur. It's an honor to represent to the President of the Republic, Gabriel Boric, because problem of the work and time, he couldn't be able to participate as he wished, but I give and transmit his wishes and greetings to this work team. In July, Chile birthed 28 years of associate member in Mercosur. 35 years ago, Chile support and bet to the Mercosur, as we consider is an essential platform for the integration of the south of the continent, and an instance that must continue in engaging to maintain a fruitful dialogue about the agenda in the regional and global area. For Chile, Mercosur is an area of integration of our people that come from our independence time, and will continue during other governments. We can prove that working with the international management of the region, it doesn't work for the management, and it lost the relevance for Latin America in the war. Mercosur must be an example from the opposite, to advance in integration without taking care of the government in the moment, and preserving the space of understanding, even though the difficulties that may appear in minimus and irreversible problem. This opportunity, I want to congratulate the technical level, the AC 35 that was reached the past 17th of June, this capacitation will work with the fees and promoting the economic growth of the parties. We also congrats to subscribe the instrument tool that put in vigor to the agreement that we reached in this negotiation. It's been intense month that brought in technical matters and under the president of the Paraguay. Chile participates in every encounter of the sector that shows the commitment of my country that from the beginning we have. Mr. President, we cannot unsee that we are living in complex time. We have challenge about the wars, the inflation, the environmental devaluation, the climate change, just to refer some problems and challenges that we all face without any distinction. Also, the narco traffic and the organized crime and the regulation in our country. Before, we consider fundamental to re-enhance our commitment with the preservation of the democratic values and with the complete visions of the concrete in the region. These are minimums that Chile will promote because we are convinced that the value and the principles that we share facilitates the cooperation in the region and the extra-region work. President, Chile raised their voice, understanding that the democracy and the plenty respect of the human rights are not guaranteed. And we see a diminish of the informatic system around the world. That's why we talk about the facts that happened in the plurinational state of Bolivia recently when they attend to the stability of the democratic institution in our country. Our country, Chile, will always raise their voice about this situation. In the past, the coup d'etat was representing the greatest threats for the democracy, and the only way is to reinforce the institutional. Today, a dictatorial world can enter the government through democracy election, through the degradation of the power of the state and the freedom of the citizen, the control of the free state. The weakening of the democracy is a complex thing that is related with several things that affect the region of the reduction of the organized crime and the expansion of their network. This phenomenon increases the violence problem in our country, affecting the quality of life of our people and impacting in a severe way the safety of our citizens. This makes us concerned about the democratic institution as a result that a sensation that this institution that does not resolve the problem of the society. These harms are in the main concern of the public opinion. It is about important challenges in our countries that the solution is still pending. This enhances also to the populist leadership to promote and to promise a simple question to complex problem. They are not working with the human rights and the right of the state. Also, the span of the transnational organized crime is a special issue for my country for the impact in the safety for the citizen. These phenomena transcend the borderline of our country and requires better diplomacy to confront it. So we are grateful for the international agreement for this step. The Mercosur put in the center of the regional diplomacy theme that has a lot of concern for our citizens. As the declaration says, our declaration against the organized crime is based that the security is conditions that must continue for the civil peace. As President Boric said, the one who has the privilege to represent our people, we are just birth on the pace. And our best legacy to our generation and the world is as Latin America safe, prosper, and more integrated. In time of the value of the cooperation and multilateralism, our question is precisely to redouble our effort to preserve the common minimums that our community we haven't made. For example, in the sustainable development and in the 2030 agenda, that includes also as the language that we agree with the international bodies. We require with urgency to see the weakness of the multilateral agreement and can take undesirable things for the humanity. We cannot continue with that effort for our entendement about our nation because we are playing an important role of the future of our region. Also, for our citizens to visualize the value of the democracy, it's important that the integration of our country are developed in concrete situations. That's why the physical integration of the country in the south must be the north of our political and our agreement. We must continue advancing in the concretion of the bioceanic rivals that are in execution to connect territories and to enhance the commercial and territorial lands. President Chile enhanced the view to modernize the Mercosur to amplify and consolidate with concrete solutions, having in account that that action is the result that they demand to our citizens in each our country. That's why the interest of the interaction between the politics and the player must be constructed, positive, and always have as a challenge to develop to the common good of our societies. To continue advancing to the integration that we aim, our call is for the moderation, but also to the action. Finally, I want to highlight that we cannot stay with the status quo. For the government of the President Gabriel Boric, the integrational regional is a base of our exterior politics, and we show in different multilateral instances the aim that our region can tell with just one voice in the different international forums. Without that attitude, we cannot overpass the division logic that sadly is been in our region for more than 1 decade, and to advance for a more democratic advance with the aim to the goal of the Mercosur and to all Latin America. That's the spirit of Chile, and you, members of the state and high representatives, you can count on us to achieve this ideal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Now I pass the microphone to the Ambassador of the Republic of Ecuador in the Argentinian Republic. Mr. President of the Republic, Paraguay, Mr. President of Brazil, Lula da Silva, President of Uruguay, Mr. Lacalle Pou, President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, Luis Arce Catacora, President of Panama, Mr. José Raúl Mulino, Foreign Affairs Minister from Argentina, Ms. Mondino, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of Foreign Affairs, representative of delegations and special guests. On behalf of Mr. Lagoa, President, I would like to present my regards and commend her for the excellent organization of this summit, and also the team of the PTP that has been in charge of Paraguay for the enormous effort of these last 6 months. President Novoa has been very specific that during my intervention on behalf of him, besides wishing this day to move on with the integration, he can reinforce the commitment of Ecuador when it comes to the strengthening of democracy, this rule of law, and the promotion and protection of human rights and the fundamental rights and liberties, the sustainable development, and the decrease on inequality and eradication of poverty, social exclusion, and maintaining the peace and the security in our territories. The regional panorama asks us to do the best efforts jointly to face the multiple issues that are affecting us all. Among them, the threat of the organized crime and the crimes related to it, the insecurity and the food security, climate change, economical and social exclusion and poverty, and also chronic nutrition or malnutrition that are still a moral debt for those more in need in our country, and to be able to achieve a more fair society with opportunities for all. Ecuador celebrates the decision of the member states of the Mercosur when it comes to deepen the participation of the associated states in the different spaces of the mechanisms that were reflected in bigger cooperation and collaboration in different topics of common interest. The results that were achieved in the last months show the interest that is renewed and the need of our countries to drive and encourage the development that will allow to bring more equality, that has as a main purpose the general benefit for more than the 2,006,000 inhabitants. The social summit, a space that we hope it consolidates in a regional forum of high level where all the governments and the movements and the organizations of civil society of our countries can exchange in a more direct and open way our visions and aspirations for a better integration and about our needs of sustainable development without any exclusion, and with the guarantee of human rights and freedom. We want to increase the participation of the associated states in other fields to generate more opportunities for our peoples. In this sense, we reaffirm the interest to cooperate to have a more active role in all the programs and initiatives that are seeking the integration when it comes to recognition or acknowledge of diplomas and in digital field and the building infrastructure in a region. And those regional projects that have the purpose of achieving a better competitiveness in the regional level. The interconnectivity of our sub-regions is key to decrease the cost of production, to create interconnected value chains, and to facilitate the mobilization of the production factors, including human beings, mostly to reach our people and create a real cohesion among the subregions that will allow us to achieve the benefits of a common market in favor of our peoples. Ecuador commends itself for the declaration against organized crime, transnational organized crimes, that is a priority. We are looking to create regional policies for regional security and to face transnational organized crime, including those crimes against the environment, the flora and fauna, illicit traffic, timber, metal. We ask you to observe the development and the implementation of the action plan of the Andean community countries that were adopted under the number 22. of the community in a regional and sub-regional level. Another pending task that we have is the energetic interconnection in the region, considering or including the electricity, and to complement with our needs the possibilities of purchase and selling of energy that are not efficient or profitable right now. We are facing climate change issues with flooding and drought seasons that are affecting severely our countries and their development. This is key. This was also addressed in the first meeting by Ministers of Energy in the Consensus of Brasilia in Quito on May 10 last year. I want to highlight the opportunities to complement and go deeper into the efforts of the different bodies or integration mechanisms of regional and sub-regional groups. Work as a single block in these topics and other topics to increase the integration in economic, social, and cultural areas, contributes in sustainability development and in the cooperation of South America. It is also important to highlight the efforts to generate synergies and with other regional mechanisms to take the opportunities on common interests, including malnutrition. I want to also commend President Peña and the PTP team of Paraguay for the wonderful management of the Mercosur. And also, I wish the best to Mr. Lacalle. I hope that the management of your country in the next semester can help to strengthen the regional integration. It's needed that Latin America to provide the value to this integration. Ecuador is committed to work in those common interest topics, and it's committed to continue to support the work plan and the different activities that will be developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. Next, the Ambassador of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana in the Federative Republic of Brazil, Vernon Robinson.
Mr. President, Your Excellency Santiago Peña, President of Republic of Paraguay, Excellencies, President Lula, President Arce, President Lacalle, President of Panama, welcome to Mercosur, Foreign Minister of Argentina, heads of delegations, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and high-value privilege for me to address you on the occasion of the 64th Regular Summit of the Common Market and Associate States of Mercosur here in Asunción. I wish to express commendation for the Republic of Paraguay for its stewardship of the pro-tempore presidency over the last 6 months. His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, has asked me to convey his regrets for not being able to join you today due to competing national and regional engagements. He, however, sends his greetings and best wishes to you all for a successful summit. As an intergovernmental mechanism for dialogue, political engagement, and economic partnership, Mercosur plays a valuable role in seeking to address issues that impact sustainable development of our region, such as climate change, energy security, economic connectivity, and food and nutritional security. It is important for our citizens of this region to enjoy peace, security, health, economic stability, being as they are essential elements for democracy to flourish. It is incumbent upon our countries to find solutions that can ensure the sustainable and reliant development of the people across our region. This forum can help as a pivotal role to advance continued engagement across the continent. With political and economic commitment, there is scope for revolutionizing in ways we trade and invest. We therefore need to harness the potential of our respective human capital and economic resource and channel them into effective projects and programs that focus on the collective development. Through Mercosur, we can explore and develop areas of collaboration inclusive of public-private sector development, with a view to fostering strategic business partnerships within a secure financial framework. The government of Guyana remains committed to realizing a comprehensive development strategy that focuses on delivering of broad-based development system that would transform our country by generating resources and access to resources essential for taking care not only of the most vulnerable in our society, but in the beneficial interests of all Guyanese. We hope that there is an opportunity for meaningful engagement of associate members within this space created by third-party mechanisms such as the Mercosur-Singapore Free Trade Agreement. The government of Guyana also remains committed to diversification of our economic and investment portfolios, placing emphasis on the traditional sectors while developing the new and engaging and emerging ones. We can work together to achieve food and energy security, to develop infrastructure, and to include highways, bridges, port facilities, fiber optic networks, and electricity, which will in turn enable movement of goods, services, and people, critical for trade facilitation, expanding trade, engaging in infrastructure enhancement, and the promotion of an investment culture in financing. This framework, Mercosur as a mechanism for advancing economic at the continental level, is highly valued by Guyana. It is always an important avenue for expanding trade and development. Excellencies, in closing, I wish to observe that our region has remained peaceful for decades. This is a noteworthy achievement and one that should never be taken for granted. We must therefore continue to uphold the rule of international law, even as we address the issue of structural inequalities, and grasp with our countries as a way we pursue the true transformative development agenda for our region. Guyana remains firmly committed to integration of South America and stands willing, ready, and able to build sustainable economic partnership in this regard. Finally, I wish to compliment President Lacalle and wish him for a successful tenure of Mercosur over the next 6 months. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now we pass the microphone to the Ambassador of the Republic of Colombia, Mr. Corso Roman. Mr. President of the Republic of Paraguay, Santiago Peña. President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Luis Ignacio da Silva. President of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, Luis Lacalle Pou. President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, Luis Arce. President of Panama, José Raúl Molino. And Foreign Minister from the Republic of Argentina, Mrs. Mondino. Representatives of the Associated States and special guests. It's an honor and a privilege for our country to address you. Thank the hospitality of Paraguay, first of all, that for more than 6 weeks have carried out very important activities. Thank you, Mr. President. We have been part of the integration that you have achieved in South America and the Caribbean and Central America. It's fundamental for the development, the stability, and the prosperity of South America. I cannot start without remembering what happened in Bolivia a few days ago that represented a huge attack towards democracy that was able to overcome, thanks to the bravery of Mr. Arce, the president, the democratic institutions of the Bolivia, and the support of the international community, especially the Latin American countries. Today, I respectfully call to continue with the strengthening of the democracy and the respect of the popular will as a guarantee of the progress of our peoples. Let's move towards a regional integration that will involve us all beyond borders. It's imperative that as a region, we can commit unshakably to promote and strengthen social justice. We will continue to work with determination to close the inequality gaps that are still there. Our commitment is to ensure each individual, without any exception, to have equal opportunities to develop fully and to have a dignified life. When it comes to the economics and considering the social and the political part, as leaders of South America, we have the potential to drive the regional development through the sustainable production. The diversity, we find the key to keep working for a more equal society and sustainable that provides an energetic production and an environment not deforested or polluted. Is in the dialogue with the power of transforming realities and to have a common destiny of peace for Latin America and the Caribbean exists. Or countries have in charge us with the development. My country has had some conflict, but with a renewal hope, we have a regional cooperation that goes beyond our borders. Our differences should not be an obstacle, but opportunities to learn and to grow together. Each citizen from the Mercosur should be in the heart of our public actions or public policies. And when it comes to social, economical issues, the regional transformation can only be possible if we act in favor of life. Let's imagine a united South America with solidarity, where democracy and cooperation and social development are the rule and not the exception. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Following, we have the ambassador from the Republic of Peru, Maria Antonia Manzana Garcia. Thank you, Mr. President. Santiago Peña, President of Paraguay. His Excellency Luis Ignacio da Silva from Brazil, President of Brazil. President of Uruguay, Luis Lacalle Pou. Luis Arce, President of Bolivia. José Raúl Molino, President of Panama. Diana Mundino, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina. Ministers, vice ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me, Mr. Santiago Peña, to be able to pass the thanks of our President and of our Minister of Foreign Affairs for all the invitation to attend to this regional meeting. They send their regards. On behalf of the Peruvian government, I share the space of dialogue inside Mercosur that offer us a lot of possibilities in favor of our population, identifying jointly valuable solutions, considering our participation as well. We commend Paraguay for their excellent work during the PTP, and we want to mention that Peru has made all efforts to contribute in all the areas that was possible to move forward with the agenda. And I would like to highlight the need that we all have as part of Mercosur to address collectively the challenges that are emerging from this world where the only constant is change. Peru is interested in addressing organized crime, transnational organized crime, where the highest authorities of the Mercosur recognize is a severe threat for the democracy and the socioeconomic development in the region. It's urgent to join efforts so we can have regional political policies, so we can combat this organized crime, including environmental, human trafficking, arms trafficking, and corruption. And in January 21st in Lima, we have the 24th meeting of the Council of Foreign Affairs Ministers, where Ecuador mentioned we agree on common actions that is known as PAR, with concrete actions to address the issue from the sub-regional Andean commitment. These cover different areas like border cooperation, custom cooperation, illegal mining cooperation, fighting illicit trafficking, coordinated efforts in intelligence against arms trafficking, cooperation in also imprisonment, and also against transnational organized crime, the 24/7, the Observatory for Security. I would like to highlight the relationship between Mercosur and the Andean community that in August ended with excellent results, putting the citizen as the center. Since 2005, we are associated states. Peru, as the part of the Pacific Alliance, needs to move forward with the declaration of the Pacific Alliance with the Mercosur that was signed in 2008, where all the member states commit to improve the relationships when it comes to commerce and other areas, and with the executions of the Puerto Vallarta Action Plan that has to do with facilitating trade, digital agenda, inclusive commerce and mobility. The interconnection between our countries and among our countries is vital. And we have the new bridge of Shanghai that's going to be inaugurated in November. And we hope that it becomes a bridge for all our products to arrive to the market of Asia. This is at your disposal. And again, I would like to commend Paraguay for the huge effort and work during their PTP. And again, Mr. President Peña, we left our heart in this group. We put all our efforts to benefit our countries, and we wish a lot of success to Uruguay. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora embajadora. Hemos escuchado al último orador y a continuación quiero someter a consideración en primer lugar el comunicado de presidente de los Estados partes del Mercosur y de Bolivia, haciendo un agradecimiento y recordar que tuvimos que utilizar una perseverancia inflexible y una plasticidad para poder llegar a este consenso, y agradezco a todos. Así que someto a consideración este comunicado.
Uruguay tiene la palabra.
Ya, yo creo que los cancilleres negociaban a espaldas nuestras. Bueno, y no habiendo objeciones, queda adoptado el... Voy a apurarme entonces. No habiendo objeciones, queda adoptado el comunicado conjunto. A continuación, someto a consideración el comunicado de presidente de los Estados partes del Mercosur y Estados asociados. Y no habiendo objeciones, damos por adoptado el comunicado. Yo creo que Chile ahí está levantando. Retiro la última votación. No, solamente nos quedamos con el comunicado de los presidentes de los Estados partes del Mercosur y Bolivia. Y a continuación, someto a consideración el comunicado especial presidencial sobre lucha contra el crimen organizado transnacional. Y ahí, no habiendo objeciones, se da por adoptado el comunicado especial. ¿Estamos todos de acuerdo? Ahí sí. Y a continuación procedo a realizar el traspaso de la presidencia
to the pro tempore presidency to our Luis Lacalle president. With thanks again the participation of all of you. It was a pleasure to receive you here in Asunción this morning. The ones who are here this day, I hope that you have received hospitality treatment that is our characteristic as Paraguayans, and we wish to dear Luis all the success in this semester that start as pro tempore president. You know, Luis, Paraguay is going to be together with you, and you're going to have all of our support. We have a history together We had been acknowledged with the treatment that Uruguay have previously with Paraguay. We have century of story among our countries since the income of the big Caraiguasu, Artigas, as we know him in Paraguay, is a big mister. And through the past of a year, we received to a lot of visitors, illustrate Uruguayan as DT player, football investor in the agricultural and forest area. So today, Luis, with a lot of satisfaction, I give you the gavel from your experience and guidance and wisdom. You can guide us in this next semester that we have great challenges and big opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Santiago, and all the team. We try to be in your level. I don't want to pass this moment for an episode that is going to happen the 28th of July in South America, that is the Venezuelan electoral process. We have different approaches to the Venezuelan government. Some we consider a dictatorial government, others not, but in the willing of cooperate and help, I think that here are countries that can do a lot in that electoral process for the good welfare of the people, and for to one who is the winner. Each one of your heart may say, General, we don't intervene in elections of other countries, but we have to see that the human rights is respected and the electoral rights must be respected. So thinking in this electoral forum with our dear people, without losing the view, we can do an effort to be a free election, democratic election, and the Venezuela people choose their destiny. We see us in Uruguay in December. Finish.
Mercosur. 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
Conmemoramos 33 años desde que el Tratado de Asunción tejiera lazos perennes entre Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, dando nacimiento al Mercosur. Este hito, marcado el 26 de marzo de 1991, simboliza más que una alianza económica, representa un puente de unidad y hermandad. Durante Durante más de 3 décadas, Mercosur ha fomentado la cooperación y la integración, enalteciendo la diversidad cultural y fortaleciendo la educación, la cultura y el desarrollo sostenible. Ha sido un motor para la realización de proyectos que equilibran las disparidades regionales y potencian la ciudadanía. En el horizonte, Mercosur se erige con esperanza, mirando hacia un futuro donde la integración regional se consolida y los lazos comerciales se fortalecen, estableciendo nuevos lazos con economías globales, asegurando la vitalidad y robustez del Mercosur en el escenario económico internacional. Unidos, avanzamos hacia un mañana mucho más brillante, cimentado en la solidaridad y la visión compartida de nuestros pueblos. Mercosur, 33 años de integración y desarrollo.
A cúpula do Mercosul é uma reunião que conta com a participação dos chefes de Estado dos países membros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguai e Uruguai, juntamente com convidados especiais. Durante esta ocasião, ocorre a transferência da presidência pro tempore. Cada período de presidência dura 6 meses e é exercido pelos Estados-membros em ordem alfabética, sendo a sede o país que detém a presidência pro tempore. Antes da cúpula dos chefes de Estado, são realizadas reuniões dos órgãos decisórios, como o Conselho do Mercado Comum, o Grupo Mercado Comum e a Comissão de Comércio. A transferência da presidência pro tempore do Mercosul é simbolizada pela entrega de um martelo de madeira, que representa a condução e a maior hierarquia do espaço regional. Além de simbolizar a unidade, integração e cooperação dentro do bloco.
Mercosul, 33 anos de integração e desenvolvimento.
La cumbre de Mercosur es una reunión en la que participan los jefes de Estado de los países miembros, Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay, junto con